We're live.
Views on what's happening in industry, what's the current trends. So it's very important. And we all know that it's a pandemic era which is going around. And with this, we technically have to come up with certain solutions which will not halt our daily routines. So there are lots of open issues in the industries, and there are lots of things which we can do for the society in this era of pandemic. And SOSC is great in organizing these kinds of events where we get to know the social problems, and we have industry experts joining in hands with the students and then coming up with great solutions around. And happy that SOSC is having this event at this point of time where the society expects something from the students. They want some creative solutions to be designed, and as usual we also have industry experts helping them around in having this thing organized, and then how do you proceed with the things around in designing these things. So a very helpful event, and I would like to thank the organizing team for having it organized at this point of time and keeping it going. And thank you for having me here, and looking forward for the event. And once again, I would like to welcome all the participants, as well as a great work I would like to say from the organizing team having this flagship event going on in the online mode. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your kind and motivating words. I'm quite sure that our attendees would love to attend our events and further events as well. Now, that is quite correct. How as we started as a offline community, and now we have moved on to almost, I guess, yeah, all the events that we have conducted in past 1 year has been online except one workshop. So moving from a community which has been mostly offline to moving to such an extent that we have come to all online events has been quite challenging for the team as well. But having such a great team has been a pleasure for me. The team has been very great in attending, conducting all these events. Now, last year, our reach was about 2000 plus when we conducted our Devhost same event. And I'm quite sure that this year we will be able to reach more people as well. At the same time, if we look at the statistics, we have been able to touch lives of almost 10,000 plus students since 2017. And I believe that we can do more change and we can reach out to more students in upcoming years. Thank you, sir, once again for having come to today morning. We will be starting with our first talk of the day by Jihad Muhammad, which will be on design. So the theme of the talk is how design is very important and how a bad design can really kill the entire product. So make sure that you are available at 11 o'clock today. Thank you.
Siddhartha Golwals. I told I told you to make everything same size, no? No, make others big then. No, the height and width doesn't look good, man.
Wait, in this
Good, good. By the way, is the YouTube thing, like, what have you guys put in this thing? Because it's not loading for me. It's good, good. By the way, is the YouTube thing, like, what have you?
But in
YouTube.
phone it's loading, but when you open in PC it's showing.
Yeah, I'm refreshing and seeing. Yeah, now I can see my own screen and my face. Two more minutes. Let's give it 2 minutes. We'll wait.
Like you can start, I guess, I'm sure.
People are still joining. We'll wait for another minute. Yes,
Yeah,
let's see.
fine.
Apparently, I am audible. So we'll wait for 1 more minute, like 11 o'clock properly we'll start. Yeah, people still joining. By the way, just to let you guys know, there's a delay between what I say and when it appears on YouTube, like a few seconds, a second or two, I guess. So, like, if you have any questions, I might answer after some time. Patience. Faik, I'll start. Okay. So, I'll be
Mic
starting.
feedback off. Mic off.
Okay, so welcome everybody to this talk on can bad design kill. So to let's the overview of the talk itself is I'll be talking about design in itself, how it has evolved from just design is no longer just people just making logos. So I'll be talking a little bit more about what kinds of types of designs which are there right now, and then we'll talk about what is the impact of bad design. So that is pretty much what I'll be covering. All right. So today's agenda, we have 4 parts. First, I'll introduce the session to you, as in myself and what this session is about. Second, I'll be talking about what is design in itself and different types of design. Third, I'll be talking about bad design, and there's a spectrum of bad design where at one end it's just irritating design, and the other end designs that can be dangerous for the users. And fourth, which is the topic of this talk, can bad design kill? So here I'll be going over a few case studies where there have been negative impacts from design. All right. So let's start with the introduction. My name is Jihad Mohammed. To those I'm guessing a lot of you are Sahyadri. So I graduated from Sahyadri at 2020 batch. A little of my accomplishments, I interned with a few design companies like Canva and Rocketium. Rocketium, if you don't know, it's basically Canva for videos. Apart from this, I freelanced as a designer for 2 years, like while I was in college. Before getting into design, I was actually into computer vision a lot. So like image processing, computer vision. And from there, like I can code, but I prefer designing. And apart from this, I'm an otaku, so I'm into anime, and I love coffee. So that's pretty much about me. There'll be a Q&A session after the entire thing. So, if you have any other questions related not only to this particular topic, but let's say if you are a fresher and you have questions related to Sahyadri, like, getting jobs, getting internships, what is a good internship? Is there a thing known as a bad internship, which will look worse on a resume? There are things like that. So if you have any questions at all, during the Q&A, you can, just go on, ask me anything you want. So I'll move on to the next part, which is about the session. So here we are going to explain, first explore what design is, what makes a design bad, and how design can be dangerous. So those are the three main things. And just FYI, like, there are a lot of references to this particular subreddit, but the idea is to, it comes as a part of the entire this, right? So I'll be talking about some designs which are not that bad, but it's very irritating to look at. So that also is a part of bad design, but it does not essentially harm the user. So it comes on the mild side of bad design. So we'll talk about that also. So let's start with the big old question, which is what is design? And the textbook definition is it's the process of imagining and planning of anything, honestly. Like you have spaceships, objects, systems, buildings, your mugs, t-shirt designs, anything. And the difference here one should understand between a design and art is design is about creating solutions for people. Art is something pretty, that's it. Okay, that's the main difference. Design is, there is some solution behind it. So example, if you are making a poster, it's designed because you're trying to convey some message to someone. If you're making, let's say, a paperclip, it does something. There is some solution. It's a solution to a certain problem. So every design is nothing but a solution. And because of that, what happens is the term design covers a wide range of topics. Not only, like before, when someone says, I'm a designer, people used to think, okay, like he makes logos, he makes probably branding kits, posters, that kind of thing. But right now, when a person says he's a designer, he could be even making medical equipment. That's, it's very varied. And in essential, a designer is a person who makes solutions for people. Now, the difference when it comes to engineers is that designers come up with the solutions, engineers build it. It's something like that. So designing is where the more creative part takes place, but engineers try to make those designs into a reality. So they work hand in hand. So what you should, if you ever join a company where you're working, let's say an app or a website even, you'll probably most likely to find designers who first come up with the what it looks like, where things should go, and then you will be just trying to convert that design into a actual app or interface. Now let's go into types of design. As I mentioned before, like currently when you talk about design, it's not just graphic design. There are a lot of new things coming up, and every day they're just like new types of design are popping up, like sustainability design, and even nanotech is like there's a design component in it. So we'll be going over some particular types of design in detail, specifically because like a lot of our people who have registered are engineers. So I'll be trying to explain how engineers relate to it, in the sense how some engineers go into this particular field. So first one is the guru of all. Everyone knows what this is, but graphic design. Graphic design is your typical designer, which creates visuals, images. This can be even things like logos, brochures, leaflets, business cards, anything to do with looks, print media, or digital media, even social media posts. Everything comes under this one bracket of graphic design. And the, these are the most common type of designers, to be honest. So if you see here, I've created a mood board of some things which they create. So you can see brochures, product packaging, which is right now a big industry, and logo designs and such. And one thing to understand over here is graphic designers, they get paid based on their rep, to be honest. So it's like, if it's a student graphic designer, you'll probably get like 2,000 rupees for a logo, but if you were like working in the big agency, you'll get 4 lakhs for the same logo, So here it's all about how your name is there in the community and such things like that. And it depends on how it looks. And there are many different, subfields to graphic design. But what designers normally do is they pick a niche. So someone likes product packaging, they go into that specifically, and they make a name for themselves. So to give an overview, it's more about how things look and branding components like logos and things that go along with the logo. So like business cards, things like that. So that is what graphic design is. And usually to get started with this, people jump into Photoshop, Illustrator, these kind of tools. But what I normally recommend is, if you're starting on graphic design, I really recommend going with Canva. Specifically because it's easy to use. Because here's the thing, if you want to go into graphic design, you need to be good at the basics, which is understanding how color theory works, like which colors go together, what fonts go together. You need to have a good base in that. And yes, Photoshop, you can do that as well, but the thing is, Photoshop itself is very complicated, so it takes a long time to get a hang of Photoshop. But Canva, it's easier. And since most of you are students, it's easier for you because it's free for students. So I guess there are 2 ways to get Canva for free if you're a student. One is to directly register at Canva with your edu account, sahyadri.edu. So with your college email, you can directly register to get a free pro version. Or if I'm not wrong, the other way to get it is GitHub Education Pack, which I think you can ask any of the SOSC members. It's basically a collection of free materials, resources, and etc. given by GitHub. If you sign up with your student email ID, and I guess you have to submit your ID card picture, but the value of the things which you get for free in that comes around $100,000 to $200,000. So there's a lot of free stuff. You can get like a free website, free hosting. Yeah, so all of that is for free. So do check it out, GitHub Education Pack, or directly you can register at Canva. So going on to the next thing, UI design. Now there are 2 parts. Like when you talk about UI design and UX design, people tend to get confused and sometimes merge the 2 of them. So I'll try to clear what is the difference between UI and UX. A UI designer creates interfaces. So let's say your Swiggy app, Zomato app, how it looks, where the button is, everything has been decided by a UI designer. The color of the buttons, what happens when you click the button, like the micro animation. So if you see sometimes when you like refresh in Swiggy or Zomato, you get a pizza triangle sometimes spinning around, things like that, right? Everything is decided by this UI designer. So they are a type of, actually, to be honest, they're a subset of graphic designers who make interfaces as a specialty. So when you talk about making interfaces, you're not only talking about buttons and text boxes. There are many UI components like calendars, then notifications, and small things like sliders. All that these UI designers decide where they go and how they look. So that's pretty much what a UI designer does. So if you see this mood board, like on one side you can see there's a desktop app in the bottom, and there are some UI designs of dried apricots. But the point is the colors chosen over here, the placement of the buttons and such, all this is chosen by done by the UI designer. Now the important part, the UX. The UX designer is responsible for creating interfaces and UX research. What this means is, before, like, the UX part is the first part of the journey where he basically interviews different users. Like supposing you're making an app for students, all right? What UX designers are supposed to do are interview or take user surveys from students about their current problems. Based on that, either they can make personas, they can make persona is a concept where you make an ideal candidate. Supposing all right, let's say you're starting a tutoring app. So there is a certain market segment you're looking for. For example, when Baiju markets its products, they are looking at a certain age group, right? So that is basically a persona, which is, you give a category, a name, and age group, like a particular market segment on where you're this thing, like focusing on. UX researchers and UX designers, their main task is to understand what the user really wants and make sure that that is what goes on in making like the app. So the UI designer, what he does is he makes things pretty, he makes things look good. But the UX designer is actually the main brains behind this, where they decide on the navigation of the app or desktop app or any other interface, and they also decide on how to solve a lot of them decide on how to solve the problem. But now we have seen two things, right? We have seen the UI designer who makes the interface, like after the UX designer has thought about it. So before we go in, there's one more third type of designer which actually combines all this together to give this thing. We'll talk about it later. For now, the difference you should understand is UI designers create interfaces. UX designers come up with like their main this thing is usability. They try to push usability. There are some messages about uh, resolution, but I guess it's a user thing on that their side. All right. So, industrial design. This is one of the highest paying, like probably the second highest paying type of designers which are there currently. And this is because, I mean, it's a very varied market. Anything you see around you, let's say automobiles, the bobble head on your desk, um, mugs, like plastic mugs, plastic buckets, everything is a part of industrial design. And that's what makes it beautiful. Industrial design covers everything from your furniture to like your mobile design also from outside to even complex systems like engines and what like smart watches and stuff. And this entire uh, industrial design segment is very varied because it's very varied, and they look for like people who are very like detail oriented, and it pays a lot for that. uh, I myself am not a industrial designer, but if you know any people who do CAD modeling and such, this is if they are really good at it, this is something you can work towards, and it pays a lot. Then we have product design. So I mentioned UI and UX design. So product design, the term it has like when you ask an industrial designer if he's a product designer, he'll say yes. But like the product design which I'm referring to right now is a designer who works in conjunction, like he's a UI designer, he's a UX designer, and he's a graphic designer, all three in one. And what he does is he creates products, he comes up with ideas for products and executes them, like how they, what kind of solution are we giving to what kind of users, and he tries to maintain consistency across different products under the same hood. What that means in specifics is product design. Example, let's say Google. You take their any product, you will notice that the type of buttons they use, the type of text they have everywhere is consistent. In the sense they look the same. So if you open, let's say Google Docs, and then you open Google Slides, the header part, a lot of the components are very much similar if you notice, and that is because it's specifically made by product designers such that there is consistency across products. And that these are very talented designers who know everything in UI, UX, and graphic design, and they work hard together. to come up with solutions while maintaining that consistency. And fashion design, I mean, I don't really need to explain a lot. They create materials,
Mic
trends,
feedback on.
technology to
Mic
create
on.
new materials also. And
Mic
right now,
feedback off.
there's a
Mic
new
off.
trend where they are selling clothes as digital assets, like not skins for games, but like skins just for skins. It's a weird thing, but people are paying for that. So there is a market out there apparently. Interior design, I guess all of you are familiar with. Everyone has that one interior designer or architect in our family, and so it's basically making uh, your place look good with different kind of furniture, lighting, and where the windows will be placed, things like that. Finally, animation design. So as I mentioned before, some of them I'm going in a little more into detail, and some of them I'm just like brushing over. That's because like some of them are more like for engineering students, it's more helpful, I feel. For example, animation design is, when you talk about animation design, I'm not just talking about animation design. I'm also talking about things like character design, VFX, everything that comes along with it, the entire shebang. So this can specialize everything from creating 3D models to VFX renderings, creating character sprites, and it is one of the there are different industries when you talk about animation design. There is the gaming industry, which obviously you need to make assets, you need to code the games. There are different parts to that. When I say creating assets, there again two types. 2D games, you need to make image assets, or 3D games, you need to make 3D models, and people pay a lot for these. Apart from this, there are things like particle systems, creating the environment in games, and the same models and environment again are used in animations, 3D animations. So the types you see in DreamWorks, Pixar, etc. And finally, there is a third category which actually Indians are very famous for, and that is VFX. If you don't know, like a lot of VFX right now in Hollywood is actually done by Indians. Like they outsource it to India. So like Game of Thrones and such, uh, it's actually done in Bangalore, the main office where they did the VFX. But the point is, it's a growing uh, like trend to learn these skills, and it's very incredibly difficult because you need to have good design sense, and VFX isn't easy, but once you get a good hang of it, it pays like in crores. So it's again a very good industry to join. Gaming industry, like again, it depends. If you're in the movie industry, they pay well. Gaming industry in India is, I mean, there are problems to it, obviously, like in every other industry. So won't go into much detail. There are different type of softwares which people use for this. Depend, like if you're making a game, like you're on the developing side, you have Unity, 3D, Unreal. But if you're on the, like if you're going back, let's say if you're making the 3D models, you're more of Blender, 3ds Max, things like that. Finally, we have instructional design. Instructional design is, in India, we don't have a lot of instructional designers when it comes to our actual education this thing. But what an instructional designer does is actually create syllabus for a particular student set. For example, let's say you take Coursera. Coursera, let's say if they want to come up with a new course, let's say Introduction to Quantum Physics. Now, they need to decide on what information to teach, how will they teach, what will be the assignments, everything. All this comes as a part of instructional design. Not only that, that's a bit too complicated. Let's scale back. So let's say it's a third standard student and e-learning has been started because of COVID. An instructional designer's job will be to make sure to come up with a syllabus and a plan so that the teacher can effectively teach through an online medium. I mean, it doesn't sound that complicated when you think about it, but it is, because there's a lot of things you need to keep in mind. And I mean, it's a very small, like there are very few instructional designers in India right now, like proper designers who have their name in industry. But it's a growing field because people are realizing that they need to pay more attention to this, like because coming up with a proper solution when it comes to like education itself is important. So I'll go back now to UI design, and that's because I wanted to mention like what kind of tools you can get started with UI and UX. So for the UX side of things, it's more about user research, like interviewing users, doing surveys. So we can leave the software out of it for a while. You can focus on the UI of it, UI. So when it comes to UI, you can, there are three main, what do you call, industry leads, which everyone uses: Figma, XD, and Sketch. Sketch in specifically is for Mac systems. So, if you have Apple Mac, that is what you'll probably go with. XD can be used for everything almost. And again, we have Figma, which is web-based. And out of the three, I love Figma the most because it's easy to use and it's web. And I have a Mac system and I have a Windows system. And like if I use Sketch, I can't use it on my Windows. But in Figma, I can open the same browser in, like, it's web, right? So I can open in both the systems. And that's the beautiful thing about Figma. But again, it has its own downsides. But again, on the other hand, Adobe XD is still in development, but there are like new features which are coming to it, which are like you can design interfaces at UI for AR, VR, and XR basically. So everyone has their own this thing, but if you are starting, my recommendation is XD, specifically because they have a good community. So there is this thing called Adobe Creative XD Challenge. So the creators, the developers of Adobe XD, they host this and they teach you how to use their platform while giving you a project. So by the end of this, it's like 1 hour every day for 9 days. And by the end of the 9 day, you have one complete UI UX project in your portfolio. Along with that, you have learned how to use Adobe XD a little bit. So it's a very beautiful program which they have, and it's free. And the best thing is, what on their official like Adobe XD web page, if they like any of your designs while you're making it, they'll kind of showcase it, your design, on their official Adobe website. And that's something to look forward to, I feel. And next part of this is, yeah, now I spoke about many types of designs and designers, but that's not the end of the list. Even right now, even SpaceX has spaceship designers. So the thing is, every day new and new designers are being added. Like, it's an endless list. There are many new specializations coming out. The thing about design is it's multidisciplinary. So right now, every field which is there out there is trying to incorporate design into it and design processes. And because of that, there are designers, like the titles of designers are like varied. And at this point, it's just like, it doesn't matter. The title doesn't matter anymore. It's more about what you do and how you contribute to the community. And the design title, you can call yourself whatever you want: information architect, things like that. But in the end, it's how you contribute. So there's one cool thing you can try out. There is this website called designtitles.com, where you can get like, for your LinkedIn, if you want, hold on. So as you can see, it basically, every time you refresh, a new kind of basically design title comes up. And just so check it out, it's pretty fun for getting a design title. All right, let's go back to our main topic, which is bad design, right? And now you understood what is design. It's a solution. now the next question is, what is bad design? What makes a design bad? I mean, what did it do? So there are, according to me, a few points which kind of like, these are not all the reasons what make a design bad, but I would say it's probably one of them, and there could be more reasons why a design is bad. First thing, it misleads the user. So it's supposed to do like one thing, but it gave another message. That is kind of one, your design is bad if that's the case. It doesn't perform the task it was intended to do. Supposing, let's say you make a drill, but it doesn't really drill through anything. So, I mean, kind of beats the purpose. So if it doesn't do what it was supposed to do, it's a bad design. Third, and this is the most obvious one, if it harms the user. So we'll talk more about this later. It causes an inconvenience to the user. So if it is like difficult to use, or it is very complex to use, again, it is a bad design, because if it's difficult to use, people will not want to use it, right? That's the thing. So do keep this in mind. Now, what I'll be doing is going through a few bad designs to see, let's see if we can spot out what is bad about them. Okay, we'll just go through a few and see what happens. Okay, so this particular, it's an ad by Predictor, which is pregnancy testing this thing. But the ad image which they particularly used at that time, I mean, people were laughing because it's kind of obvious why. I mean, and the sad fact was they did not, it was not a troll, this particular ad. And even it made the news that, it was like probably a designer who thought it's a good idea, but then, did not realize that using a pregnant woman's image might not have been a good idea. Anyhow, second one is Nivea's ad campaign in Middle East. And I mean, if you read it, and you need to understand what's wrong with it. Like, I mean, given all the BLM, this thing campaigns we have been having, this particular ad was not a very good idea during this time. It was a very bad idea. And you'd think people would learn from this mistake, but apparently not, because Dove had this one ad where this black lady applies Dove and then she becomes white. And that was not a very good design either, because see, all of these, you'll be thinking like, is it really the designer's fault? And it is, because he was making this, like there was some graphic designer editing this video, and he could have stopped it and be like, no, this is not a good idea. People might misunderstand this. This could have a very bad meaning. So, not stopping this was also a bad idea. Then this is one RSVP, which went viral after, like, basically the couple wanted to know if you're bringing your kids along, but they indicated like entree selections, chicken, beef, and kids. So that did not turn out well. I mean, you can see what went wrong here. I mean, it's basically the placement of the kids right under the entree selections kind of messed it up. Okay, so this is a textbook by Amy Arnston, which is graphic design basics. Like, we should never judge a book by its cover, but when it's a book about graphic design, I mean, I guess you have the right to judge that particular book by its cover, because, I mean, let's face it, not exactly a pretty book to buy. This is another book. Actually, when you read it at first, you read it as Heel Thai Burgers, but it's actually, the name of the book is Healthy Burgers. And, the message did not go across as intended. Now, moving on, this is a slide, and I don't think I need to explain what's the issue over here, but I honestly don't know what they were thinking while building it. But again, bad design is what I'm trying to show over here. This is one, actually, I have seen a lot of these, which is these cooking pans have a metal handle. I do not know who thought that was a good idea, but this covers a part of, it should not harm the user. If your design harms the user, what's the point, right? So again, if you have a metallic handle on a cooking pot, that is not the smartest idea. I mean, considering they have to pick it up at some point. And this is a photo of like Heinz packaging, ketchup packaging. And if you notice, they have the translation in a few languages, which I feel was very unnecessary, given that, only 2 languages are very different. Again, here, was it really needed is the main question. Finally, a UI design gone bad, a number with a drop down as a selection instead of a text box. Again, we do not know why this was done. It's just bad design. Now, you'll be asking, like, all of these designs are bad. I mean, it's bad, but it won't kill anyone, right? I mean, it's bad, it's irritating. People who are feeling it are going to get pissed off, but yeah, I mean, what's the worst you can do? So that's where the spectrum of bad design comes in. So at one end, you have crappy design, which it's irritating, but I mean, it's fine. No one's really getting hurt. Everyone's happy. On the other hand, there is an extremity to it where bad design becomes dangerous. And this is what we're going to discuss in this particular session. And that is when a design can harm a user or any other, like another person, it becomes dangerous. And dangerous design is not something any one of us wants, whether it's by whether we intended to or not. That does not matter here. It's the end effect that does. So in this spectrum, the images which you just saw are on the crappy design side, like it's mild. But now we are going to discuss the important question, which is, can bad design kill? So let's go one by one and discuss. First one, this, if you guys don't know this, Anton Yelchin, which he was an actor in Star Trek. Unfortunately, he lost his life when he tried to park his car near his Los Angeles house. And the reason many say like this happened was because of his car. There was Fiat's new automatic shifter. It had there was an issue with it. Like when you think you have parked, you have not actually parked. So like if you get off, it can actually roll back. And that was what costed him his life. And actually, Fiat even recalled 1 million cars of Dodge and Jeep after putting this thing. They recalled all the cars back. But still, there were over 100 different crashes that had happened just because of this one shifter. They thought like they used a more different design for a shifter. They thought, it would be a cool thing. Was not. So if you see the left side, there is an automatic shifter. On the right side, we have the new design. And there itself, you can tell where it went wrong, and new is not always good. So bad design can kill. Okay, so I want you to look at this image very closely. Okay, so on one side, we have Fabuloso. So it's a household cleaner. On the next side, we have Vetch, which is like a fruit drink. Okay, fruit juice drink. More than 94 cases of people being poisoned by drinking the household cleaner have been reported in US. And that is because of the packaging. People thought it was juice and they drank it because they kept it next to each other, right? I mean, look at it. It looks like a juice. And they have like flavors like grape, strawberry and all. So no one like really, read the finer print, which is like household cleaner. And which begs to the question, like, did you really need to make a design like that for household cleaner? And why do you need different colors of household cleaner? It's household cleaner. But more importantly, the fact that they made it look like a juice just made it worse. And people actually got poisoned because of that. And imagine if this was around children and things like that, it could get worse. And right now they have redesigned their packaging after, many lawsuits and such. But here's simple product packaging that misled consumers to think it was something else, and that could have taken lives, So bad packaging can kill. This is one of the most unfortunate stories I have here. It's about bad UX. So there was this, the story goes on as there's this girl a young girl who had cancer. And so for her cancer, she used to have chemotherapy. And the thing is, before chemotherapy, you're supposed to have IV fluids given like from 3 days before, continuously 3 days of IV fluids, and then you get your chemo. And what happened was the interface of the electronic medical chart system was so complex that nurses did not they did not give her IV fluids for 3 days. So when they blasted her with chemo, she died of dehydration and toxic effects of undiluted drugs. All because the nurses could not understand the medical chart. It was too complex to the system software was too complex for them to understand. And this is known as one of the most unfortunate events because it is bad UX. That's it. I mean, had they known, obviously they would have given the IV fluids. But again, back to the topic of bad design. This is one of the heartbreaking cases. This is another such sad case where UI in specific made. Here's the thing: aircrafts have the most complex UI UX panels because they have a lot of options and they have a lot of buttons, nozzles, and such. So the design has to be made with that in mind. Like during emergency situations, how will they, the pilots react to it and such. So if you notice the thing on the top where it's written FPA and VIS. So what happens is there are two things. One is called vertical speed, other one is called flight path angle. And the problem was in the Airbus A320, this is shown on the same particular 8-digit block. So it's like you can switch and read it. So it's like the same display for both of them, and it switches between FPA and VS. And the difference between them is the small dot, decimal dot. So if you see from far away, like you won't actually see the dot properly. Like right now it's written 2.8 on the top where the arrow is pointed, but the point is not exactly seen if you see properly. And what happened was the pilot of Air Interflight 148 in 1992. So what happened is they had to do an emergency landing. And so what he decided to do was he made a angle inclination. He wanted to make an angle inclination of 3.3 degrees, minus 3.3. But what happened was instead it showed minus 33 VS. He didn't like his angle of going down was more, and he did not know about it. He thought he had made it minus 3.3, but it was actually the VS, which vertical speed, which he had made as 33. And that particular flight crashed. 87 of 96 people died on board. Now you'd think this is jihad. It's 1992. It's probably things are better now. When I was researching this particular flight, this thing, I found out that there are like 3 more recent crashes related to flight systems where the UI was the main factor. And that made me think, like, I mean, it's still an issue actually, because you still have a lot of options, and it's a UI issue, but it's still a current issue. The reason I put this one in particular is because of the number of people who passed away, and it shows that as designers we need to be more responsible about our designs. All right, this is the last one which I'll cover. And again, this is especially interesting because it's a presentation that I'll explain. So there's a space shuttle which was about to be launched in 2003 in Colombia with 7 people on board. there was debris on the space shuttle beforehand. There was some debris on some other accident, like during building there was some accident happened. And so what happened was, normally instead of technical papers, these people at the NA at NASA, basically they asked for a presentation on what is the current status, and they were given a presentation made in Microsoft PowerPoint at that time, where they did not exactly highlight how big of an issue that particular debris was. In the sense, it was written. If you read the slide on the right, the issue is there that it is significantly bad, and it could cause potential bad things to happen. But the way they kind of presented it, and the type, like, they are not right now they are highlighted, but it wasn't highlighted at the time. And because of that, the manager just saw it and was like, okay, it's fine, yeah, nothing happened. What happened was the shuttle on re-entry basically disintegrated and killing all the 7 crew members. And it's still, if you Google Columbia disaster 2003, it still comes up. And it all happened because people, like a PPT that could, because people went back and saw where did we go wrong. And this was the one presentation which covered the risks and what could have happened if they did not, fix up the debris which was there in the space shuttle. And a bad PPT killed people. I mean, that's the thing. So going back to our main topic, can design kill people? So we have gone through, what is it now? 5 cases. First one, we have industrial design, product packaging, UX, UI, and a PPT out of nowhere. Design is impactful now more than ever, because right now in every industry you go in medicine, you go in digital policing, everywhere design is there, because it's something everyone's incorporating. But people, designers especially, need to understand that when they go into a new field like such, they have newer responsibilities, because the impact is different now. People, let's say in medical, this thing, equipment itself, if you're designing a medical equipment, you should understand what people in, you should at least try to understand what people under pressure, how will they think, how will they react under emergency situations, such cases. Obviously you can't, predict everything that can happen, but there are some cases where, you could have done something more. And that's what designers need to keep in mind every time they make something that has more impact than they imagine. As when you consider design as a whole, it has the power to make our lives better. But I mean, design helps all of us, right? Majority. I mean, like, these cases are, although like very unfortunate, happen like once in a while, but it shouldn't. That's the thing. When it's done, when design is done badly, it put people's lives in jeopardy. So designing with caution is something people, designers especially in high impactful industries, should keep in mind when designing. I know the last part is pretty grim. I mean, it started out funny and then everyone's dying and shit. So, I mean, I get it, but people need to know, right? It's, design has a negative impact when done wrong, and people need to understand that. So I will abruptly be putting up the Q&A now. So in this moment, like, basically you can ask questions in the chat. Okay, so I'll be looking at some of the chat, this thing. Push and pull doors confusing us is bad design too, right? I mean, if they have a push sign or a pull sign, it's not really bad design. I mean, you're pretty dumb then if you're not understanding push and pull. But again, it's, if its sign is not there, maybe, yeah. I mean, it's not bad design. Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, definitely Charmander. I mean, I'll tell you that. Definitely Charmander. Cybertruck design. I'm not sure, because I've not seen the inside of that. Like, I mean, maybe they have rear cameras and stuff inside. Who knows? Any other questions, guys? By the way, if you have questions regarding I guess I'm guessing some of the 50 people here are Sahyadrians. So if you have questions about placements, internships, what kind of internships should you not go to, how to get started in design, anything. Okay, so Suhan is asking of design jobs. Okay, here's the thing. When you start off as a designer, it's a little difficult in freelancing because the problem is, let's say places like Upwork and freelancer.in, the issue is they are already designers on this platform who have reviews, right? And when they submit a proposal for a client, obviously client is going to go to them. So initially the hustle is really hard for a newbie designer to make it in freelance. But once you get at least like 1 or 2 clients and get good reviews on those, it kind of goes from there easier from there. So one thing what people do is there's a thing called known as ghost designers, which is interesting. It's what you do is, let's say your name is Jihad, right? I don't use my name on my Upwork this thing. I use some other name, something like Akash Design Services. Who cares? I mean, any name, you just put a random name there, Akash Design Services. You can freelance for a certain amount of time, let's say 10 days, not 10 days, like a few months, let's say. And then what happens is when you're about to leave, right, what you can do is you can just give the account to someone else and then shift. Because in that case, you don't need to, it has already a rep. There's an account, people have reviews on it. Your name is not there on it. So you can sell it to actually some people. So, that there's a trend in that area, actually. What is the name of UI UX design challenge which you had mentioned? Okay, wait, hold on. I'll share that with you. Adobe XD Creative Challenge. So, yeah. So Adobe XD, it's behance.net /challenge/XD, this thing you can see over here. But the idea is every day they give you one challenge. They give you a video and they just tell you do what they're doing in the video, do the exact same thing, or you can add your own masala to it and do it. So after 9 days you have one entire UI UX project in your portfolio. That's the creative challenges. And the best part is your work will be reviewed by the makers of Adobe XD itself. And you can talk to them on Discord. So there are many cool people like Howard Pinsky who work at Adobe, and you can ask them how to use plugins, everything, and you can ask them to review your other work also. What kind of internships should we go to? Let's go back to our presentation. Hold on. Okay, kids. Presentations, not presentations. Internships. Keep in mind 3 things. There are 3 types of internships which you'll come across. Okay, 4. Let's go with 4. One is campus ambassador internship. You guys are engineers. That is not a real internship. Get over yourself. Okay. If you're doing a campus ambassador internship or student partner internships, that's not a real thing. I mean, if it's there in your resume, it's fine, but you need to do a real internship. Second thing, paid internships in the sense that you are paying them. That is not an internship. That is training. If you tell any company that you have paid for that particular internship, they will disregard that particular internship at all, because that is training. That is how it goes in the industry. Like, they won't accept it. I mean, you can be comfortable as how much as you want, but that's not a thing. No one does that. No one pays for an internship. Okay. If someone is asking you to pay, don't, please. Third thing, unpaid internship. So this is a gray area. I personally have done unpaid internships. I was stupid, but the point is, if you're doing it for an NGO, it's fine. If you're doing it for something like, there are a lot of NGOs who look for student developers to help them out with their website, apps, and it's fine because it's an NGO. You're not getting paid, but you're contributing to something meaningful. It's basically like charity work. So in those cases, I feel unpaid internship is fine. The excuse many of these people give is that exposure. That's not a thing. If you're working for a company, if you're contributing to anything they do, they should value your work. You should value your work. If you are accepting an unpaid internship, it means you do not value your own work. And you need to understand that, because it doesn't matter. See, if you have not done any internships, if you don't have much skills also, it's fine. You should ask at least the bare minimum, 3,000 rupees per month. It's fine. It's something, but unpaid is worse, because you're valuing your own work at zero at that point. Got it? So again, third type, paid internships. And how to get these internships, it depends on what field you want. So I got into design. So I'll tell you how I got the Canva internship. I applied on the Canva website. They did not accept. They were like, you're from India, we don't really give it. In the sense, they did not they do not want interns apart from Australia people. And then every time I had some kind of change in my resume, I sent them a copy. I basically spammed their email with my resume. And finally they called. They were like, okay, can join the Philippines team. So I mean, don't do that. But the idea is, I did cold emails. In this sense, cold emails is where instead of just applying on LinkedIn or anything, you send an email to the company explaining what you have done, explaining like you're interested in their work, वगैरह, an email, proper email. And in most cases, they actually reply. If it's internship, they will definitely reply, because they love most companies love to give internships, because there is no hiring, right? It's just that I'll give you a little bit of money for doing a little bit of work, and I get to see how you work. If you work good, you can come work for me. So try with the email route, but yeah, keep on applying on LinkedIn and such. Internships during this pandemic times, do they still accept interns? Of course, yes, they want interns. Like even in my company, we have like right now 8 to 9 interns which we have got. Every company right now, especially because everything's online, right? They love interns. And I know that college can give you a hard time whether you can go for an internship or not. That at this point, do you need to ask? Because here's the thing: you're doing everything online, right? How do they know you're working or not? It's fine, just without telling them you go. Then, how do I recognize if my design is bad? It's simple. Like again, back to the main point before all this. I mean, here's the thing. It's kind of a checklist. If your design does what it's supposed to do easily without harming anyone, it's a good design. I mean, that's pretty much what I do. Yes, in graphic design, UI design, there are other rules which comes to mind. Obviously, like color, if you're using bad colors together, creepy fonts, if you're using Comic Sans, things like that. But that, I mean, it does still convey. That is based on each design has their own kind of rules. But overall, if you're asking what makes a design bad, you can just go through a checklist like this. I've heard people give excuses for unpaid internships, like if you enjoy what you do, why do you need to get paid? Because living is costly. I mean, you need food to live. Food equals money. Money you need. That's not an excuse. Not an excuse. Like if you love what you do, make sure what you love, you're getting paid for that at least. I mean, it's not a hobby. You don't go to work as a hobby, right? That's not a thing. Is it okay if we get internship in web dev to students? and we got paid. I mean, that's actually a trend in Bangalore. I've noticed people teach web development, app development, and they give them an internship certificate and they take the money. And I guess some of our seniors have done that. But I mean, if you're okay with it and people are paying for it, I mean, why not go ahead? But again, I'm telling people, do not pay for anything. See, if you're training someone and then they are paying for that, fine. I mean, call it what it is, right? It's training. I mean, it's fine to get training. Oh, what's wrong with getting training? I'm doing like a course after paying, so it's fine. But when you call it internship, right, people tend to add it to their resume. And when they go in front of an interviewer and they tell that I paid for this internship, that's when their interview basically goes to hell at that point. Yeah, I mean, if you're good at something, never do it for free. Yeah, Rashmi's right. I'm hoping this is not Rashmi, ma'am. I think it's not. Okay, let's see. Then there is Suhan asked, like, if it's experience that tells you that design is bad. In some cases, yes, because even some of my designs, when I have been through interviews, I have got critiqued by experienced designers a lot. Like some things which I did not notice in my own designs. Like from the top, it looks good, but when they came into the real finer details, right? They came out like they were like, okay, this issue is there with your design. So I mean, definitely you can. It doesn't make your design bad, but there can be some bad things about your design that you can learn from experience. Like that's the thing, but not necessarily that makes your design bad. Your design can be good but has a few flaws. uh with that in mind, mm, any other questions? Wait, yeah. How does the process of coming up with the design happen? Where do you get inspiration? Okay, one last question, Sohan, and then we'll wrap it up fast. uh where I come up with designs, honestly, I do not know. I mean, in the sense, when you have to, I kind of brainstorm on different ideas and I see what. There is one thing that helps. So there is this thing called worst design technique. If you're thinking of a design for something, let's say a lift panel, okay, like the buttons on a lift panel, what is the worst design that could be there? Like the worst, most irritating design you can make for that particular solution. Make that, like design that, and then see what are the issues you have with it. Then take, like, basically make a table which is like opposite of that, in the sense, let's say for going to the third floor, you have to click the button 3 times. Okay, so that's a, I mean, it's irritating, yeah. So it's, the technique is called worst design. So you try to make a worst design and then you see what are the problems with the worst design. Try to do the opposite of that. Like, see if you're, like, try to come up with a solution for each of those bad problems. So that's the thing. What is common among all good designs? Well, they don't kill people, so that's there. I mean, what else do you want me to say? Okay, chalo, we'll cut it here. There's another guy, another session coming. Let's stop the share. uh Hope to see you in all the other sessions also, please. Some of them are really cool, and unlike this session, they are professional speakers who have spoken like DEF CON and stuff, like I'm just a like, guy who graduated last year. So do join. Chalo, bye bye, take care guys.
I'll check now. Actually. On YouTube, it's just loading. Oh, yeah,
Oh
it's
my
showing.
god.
Yeah.
Mic
Okay.
feedback off. Mic off.
Hi everyone. I hope you and your families are safe and sound. So today we have with us Madhu Akula to give a talk about getting started with your journey into cloud security. Madhu Akula is a creator of Kubernetes Goat. He's also a published author and cloud native security researcher. Is an active member of international security, DevOps, and cloud native communities. He frequently speaks and runs training sessions at security events and conferences around the world, including DEF CON, Black Hat USA, Usenix Lisa, O'Reilly Velocity, GitHub Satellite Event, AppSec U, All Day DevOps, DevSecCon, and multi others. He is also the co-author of Security Automation with Ansible 2, which is listed as a technical resources by the Red Hat Ansible. So, getting started with your journey into cloud security. Most organizations use cloud services in one way or the other to run their workloads. In this session, we'll see how we can get started onto our journey in the vast domain of cloud security, along with an interesting interaction to instill a deeper understanding of fundamentals of working with the cloud. Madhu will share his experiences too. Over to you, Madhu.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for the introduction. Let me just start sharing the screen. Cool. Can you see the screen right now?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Cool. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you for your time to spend here, like listening to me for the next 45 minutes or so. Today, I'll be focusing on let's see how we can start learning about the cloud security. And the really cool thing is I have been spoken at Devhost previously once physical. This is completely different speaking in the virtual. And thank you and welcome everyone. And a bit about me, I think pretty much Michelle covered everything. And apart from that, I currently purely focus on mostly cloud and security for quite some time. And let's see how I can share my journey at here. And if you have any questions or things, please feel free to ask throughout the session. Cool. So before we start the cloud security, first of all, why do you need cloud security? Because there are a bunch of things out there happening, but why do you need to focus on cloud security, right? If you look at some of the attacks happening over the time, especially if you look at from the top left, the Capital One breach, which is one of the biggest bank where it got a massive data breach due to the simple misconfiguration issues which happens in the cloud, right? So due to this, it's not only impacts the customer data, or it also impacts the company reputation, and also how the small misconfigurations which we do day to day to
Mic
deploy our
feedback
applications
on.
and host
Mic
in
on.
the cloud can
Mic
be
feedback
error prone,
off.
or
Mic
can be
off.
leveraged to large kind of impacts where attackers can steal the large amount of data sets, or hack into computers and all the cloud instances and applications, right? Similarly, if you look at the right side one where Accenture left a huge trove of highly sensitive data, I think most of you might heard, if you heard about AWS S3, which is a simple storage bucket where you can store all the static content or any data which is stored in the drive, right? It's like similar to your Google Drive or Dropbox, where due to that, basically, they kind of leveraged terabytes of data where it is stored in the S3 bucket and get all the access. It's just a misconfiguration where everyone doesn't need to have the access to that bucket to read the data. But due to the simple misconfiguration where organizations didn't follow the best practices, or attacker able to find those the endpoint which is exposed with S3, due to that it kind of leverages and leaves a lot of sensitive data exposed, right? Similarly, if you keep on going, there are each new and new attacks keep coming every day in the real world. And if you've seen recently, Docker Hub got hacked, which is, I think, if you are coming from dev background, most of you might be creating Docker containers to deploy or host your applications into the cloud, right? So if there is a simple like vulnerability in Docker Hub itself, like they got hacked, you can't do anything. It's pretty much, if you don't validate or understand where you are doing these changes and how cloud security works, basically you get compromised with the largest supply chain attacks like these, right? So there are quite a lot of other attack surface. Maybe we will see in the coming sections, but this kind of gives us to bring attention why we need to focus on the cloud security and what is the things we have to learn and understand from these issues, right? So if you think about cloud security, I think there are quite a lot of definitions and explanations for this in general. But this is basically my personal opinion based on the cloud security is primarily focused on shared responsibility, which means the provider which you are using the cloud, it can be either AWS, Azure, GCP, or whatever DigitalOcean. The provider will take care of some responsibilities. As a customer or like a user, you have to take the remaining responsibilities of security, right? It's basically shared sense of security where if you are hosting your application, you written a Python app or Node.js app, let's go ahead and deploy into the maybe a Lambda, right? Or AWS. Then cloud provider will take care of the physical security of that, where the instance is getting hosted and hypervisors which is running those instances and all the underlying infrastructure. As a user, it's your responsibility to make sure your application code is secure, right? And making sure your configurations are secure and your system is up to date and all these things. So it's kind of completely shared responsibility when it comes to the cloud, right? Big disclaimer, this session is completely educational purpose, so I might try to showcase some references and resources focusing on how you can leverage some attackers' point of view, like where you can use these tools and techniques to perform attacks into the cloud security issues and misconfigurations. Please do use for the sake of testing and learning purpose only. And another disclaimer, which is completely friendly, the most of the content we will be seeing in the coming slides will be trying to focus on AWS because of the reason of the time and the constraint we have and other things. We cannot cover everything in the each section, but this at least get you started with understanding how it looks like from the holistic perspective, from external point of view, or how cloud security looks like. But this doesn't mean like you cannot apply these security principle in other clouds like Azure, GCP, or OpenStack, or any other clouds, right? Please use this. There are quite a lot of references and resources we will go through. Some of the terminology might change while you going through the explanation. Like in AWS, we might call EC2. In Azure, maybe we will call virtual machine, or in Google Cloud virtual instance, something like that, right? So, but most of the principles which we talk are the methodologies will still apply across the cloud providers. Cool. So then there are quite different types of cloud service providers when it comes to the in real world. I think if you look at like it's heavily dominated by the public cloud market, which is basically means like the vendors who provide public cloud access, right? Which means that some of the vendors like which is AWS, Azure, GCP, which means all your data and the services get hosted in the third party, which is like the public vendor, right? And some companies still leverage and use private cloud, which means that they wanted to host or they wanted to manage their data or services within their own environment and data centers, which means they don't want to host in the public cloud environments. Some of them includes most probably, if I have think about it, most probably some of the banks definitely prefer these because they have financial data, and even most of the banks now leveraging the public cloud. And but still some of the rare cases where you see the data or sensitivity or information is more high, they might still prefer to use private clouds, right? So what is hybrid cloud then? So if you have some kind of data which is lying around like your private data centers and private clouds, and you wanted to connect between these two and leverage the power of like the cloud which is publicly offered, like there are quite a lot of services coming, right? So that's where people use hybrid cloud, which means that they use combination of either public and private clouds to host or to manage their services across the company or the stack, right? So this is quite a very high level, but the deeper you go, there are hundreds of services which are available in each cloud provider, and each thing there are more like than that, hundreds of configurations as well. So the area of security will go also deeper and deeper when it comes to the cloud security, right? So we will see with some kind of higher level abstractions on top of these cloud services, which are nothing but service models, right? So when it comes to the cloud, they kind of serve with different kind of service models. So one of the popular one I think you might see mostly heavily is one thing like infrastructure as a service, right? Which means that the vendor or the provider basically provides you complete infrastructure as a service, which means you can go ahead and use their OpenStack and or OpenShift. Then you can go ahead and deploy your services on top of them, right? Or even AWS, for example, is a infrastructure as a service. We can use the provider as to host whatever the infrastructure level changes, which means you even own the compute and everything, right? Maybe you will get better understanding in the next slide. Maybe quickly I'll go through this. Platform as a service means you will get the platform where you can just host your application, which means like a Heroku, if you have ever tried, basically you can just give your application code and it'll go ahead and deploy it into the Heroku platform, right? Or even Google App Engine. So here you don't manage the compute or like the computer like instance or VM which is running. You basically focus on your code and deploy into that platform which is provided by the cloud vendor or like the provider, right? Similarly, finally, there is SaaS, which is nothing but you hear quite a lot, which is nothing but software as a service, which means that you're literally getting application at the end and the software which you wanted to use like Salesforce, Zoho, and bunch of other examples, right? So I will take an analogy of this example, and this is taken from this reference, right? Let's take a same responsibility of shared responsibility, how you can compare with these cloud vendors or the service models, right? So if you look at the traditional model where everything has to be homemade, which means like if you take a same example for pizza, you have to basically bring your own electric gas, oven, fire, and pizza, beer, friends, and conversation to make everything like discuss and have a chit chat, right? But when it moved to the infrastructure as a service, right? Like you can parallelly see these things mapped to hardware virtualization and all. So if you go to infrastructure as a service, here you don't need to worry about the electricity and gas and oven. You basically use the community kitchen, which means someone just have the kitchen. You're just going to bring your pizza and beer and friends and have a chit chat, right? So this is where you think about cloud as well. It's a similar responsibilities. You don't need to worry about hardware virtualization, and you just need to focus on your runtime security, operating system, and the function and the configuration and the code which is running inside it, right? So similarly, the more you move towards the service models, like I think the container as a service, which means that you literally host your container, which means even they will take care of your OS, which means the operating system of underlying which is running, right? So then you purely focus on the scaling of the infrastructure and running your code applications as a functions and the configurations, right? I think the more and more you go, you can see the things are getting reduced. Like you will focus less on your responsibilities. The more whatever you see in the green color will be managed by the vendor or the cloud service provider, which is has to be managed as a responsibility to take the security as well, right? But if you even see the whole picture, the configurations will never change. It always has to be driven or managed by the user or customer, right? Because that's one of the main reason we still see quite a lot of security issues even across the different service models, because there is hundreds of misconfiguration issues you see in real world which are getting exploited and hacked day by day, which is one of the main reason you have to understand the technology so that you can add your value, how you can make the best configurations possible there, right? Cool. I think we kind of covered this already, but to just give an example at a higher level, what is the shared responsibility means? So shared responsibility means you focus on the the security of the cloud, which means the vendor side or the provider side. AWS is responsible in this case to protecting their infrastructure to run all your services offered by the AWS cloud on the infrastructure, which means like underlying hardware, hypervisors, and software, and all the things which they provide, which means even physical security of the data centers which they own, right? I think they have a really good white paper on this, how they manage their security and the underlying components of the things. I think it would be really nice read if you wanted to understand how they manage the security parts, right? And security in the cloud, which means you just using their services or offerings, then it's up to the customer responsibility to determine by the AWS cloud services which you select. Okay, this is the service I'm going to use. I have to make sure this is the secure configuration is using. So that's your responsibility to maintain and manage the security, right? This is definitely the same thing which conveys with the examples from the AWS shared responsibility model article from the compliance. So if you see here, AWS will take care of the hardware and the availability zones, which means that they will make sure your service which is used by AWS is always up and running, and the databases and services and the compute, right? As a customer or user, it's your responsibility to take care of your customer data and the platform which you are going to run, and the configurations which you make to give permissions, which is like one of the most common ways we see in day-to-day attacks happen in the real world, right? Under the code and the configurations, right? So, okay, now we have understood there are quite a different kind of things. So how do you get started, right? Like, then I just wanted to know like how I can start into the cloud security. So this is a reference image I taken from the CloudNet. I think I'll just quickly go through that. So if you see AWS cloud security, there are quite a lot of things. The deeper and the deeper you go, like authentication and the authorization things, and the service level APIs and the networking. So the more deeper you go, there are quite a lot of things which you see which is happening in the cloud, right? So you can't just get started that easily because first of all, the terminology itself is quite daunting to understand and learn, like in the cloud, right? So my really good suggestion, as far as I have seen overall, like sometime, understand the technology and the terminology, which kind of help you to get started, so that when someone is talking, let's say there is says EC2, you just need to know what is EC2. It doesn't change anything from the traditional world, right? So this is a simple reference called AWS in plain English, which means that they try to showcase and explain in a simple English about cloud, right? So whenever they say EC2, which is nothing but Amazon virtual servers, which means that it's nothing but a simple server which is running a VM and provide you the resources where you can run things, right? And similarly, if they say S3, which is they are like funny names they'll create, Amazon Unlimited FTP server, which means nothing but you can host and serve bunch of content where you can store like a FTP, like file transfer service, right? So this kind of trying to help you to understand this terminology, because whenever they tomorrow talk and go ahead and say like EC2 key pair, or like let's say they say like a shield. If you don't know shield, it's nothing but providing a DDoS solution, which means they're trying to mitigate and understand how you can leverage and provide security services for distributed denial of service attacks, right? So understanding these terminology is a really good getting started point. So once you understand the technology and terminology, it shouldn't be much hard to focus and deep dive into each one of them, right? So where do I get started? So that I wanted to learn the technology and terminology, right? So these are some of the really good references and resources. I think most of these slides you see, I providing pointers or references back to some specific things, because the most of the outcome of this training or sorry, the session is to focus on how you can get started yourself and leverage and use these resources available online, and focus on your learning of journey to cloud security, right? So so I think I don't know, most probably some DNS or some URL issue. So this is the reference basically where you can start with the cloud computing and understand fundamentals. There are quite a lot of free courses available in the online where you can just get started with understanding their cloud services offering, what are the tools and terminologies they use, and each service, what is the reason they use, and there are quite a lot of information, right? And there is a really interesting one, which is the fifth one, which is nothing but well architected framework, which means that AWS itself, the cloud provider, provides a best practices or some kind of reference guidelines whenever you wanted to build your application code, or let's say you as a user, like let's say you build an app and you wanted to apply into the cloud, how you can follow their best practices and follow the guidelines. Then you can refer to this well architected framework. And there is a really interesting labs if you wanted to focus on hands-on, because I believe in learning more by practicing, because that's how you can try and experiment and see, okay, this is not working, maybe something I have to learn, or maybe this is when you see the outcome in a live, you will be much happier and get excited, right? So trying these labs also might be helpful. They have a hands-on browser-based labs where you can learn and practice into the cloud security and get started, right? So I would recommend get started with understanding the technology of the services before you focus on security also, right? So once you understand the technology, I think if you look at the AWS or in general cloud security pillars, right? There are very high level abstraction. These are, which means that you can look at like a very higher point of view. But the more you deeper you go, there are hundreds of options and things you have to take care of, about both from offensive perspective or defensive in each section, right? The one is the identity and access management, which is nothing but IAM, which is focusing purely on what all users have to have, what are the permissions they have to give. If someone wanted to deploy an application and they wanted to get access to a S3 bucket, how much privileges I have to provide them? Like, so the more deeper and deeper you go, it's mostly about giving the privileges and permissions and authorization or authentication parts to the users which you are part of the cloud, right? Managing itself is the biggest bottleneck or headache in most of the organizations, because the more complex you go the organizations, the more users you see, the more service accounts you see, the more permissions and policies you keep getting. So managing and creating these policies and adhering to the least privileges, which means the only privilege you need, then only you have to provide. You should not provide the more access and the wider access, like just give the star, it works everything. So these kind of issues will be attacked or leveraged or hacked in quite a lot of instances in the real world, where people give extra permissions and privileges and they got hacked in the real worlds, right? Maybe I can just give an example. I have seen even personally while performing pen test engagements, which means that while performing security testing for other companies and even part of security assessment, uh, most of the security issues arise from the privileges, which means that we end up seeing a lot of application containers or even cloud instances have more privilege than required. Like they might just need S3 access, but they might have given access to star of the resources where you can use those credentials not only to access their S3 bucket, you can literally access their any cloud resources which are available out there. Okay, now I have implemented every security control and policies and permissions. So what do I need to do, right? So that's where you have to focus on the detection, right? So now, okay, now we have done some hard work of building these policies and permissions. What if someone breached or did not follow these best practices or the policies, right? So you have to understand and have a mechanism to identify these misconfigurations or like the attacks which are happening by detection mechanism. So I think I will, yeah, there are quite in depth. I will cover a bit in a second. And the second one is the third one is infrastructure protection, because most of the infrastructure which you host in the cloud has different levels of security. Let's say if you take an example of EC2, which is a simple VM, right? So you have to focus on what kind of applications or IPs are allowed to talk to that VM, which means you have to create a security group. It's nothing but a firewall. You have to define, okay, these all are the IPs need to be allowed to talk to this VM, and these all are the IPs which shouldn't be talk to this VM, right? Similarly, there will be a protection of the infrastructure, which means like the VPC endpoints and the logging, and also the runtime, like where the operating system which is running. Okay, are we running with up-to-date patches, or is there any recent vulnerability which got exploited, which is still we are running with the older version of that software or the image, right? And finally, we heavily focus on data protection, especially companies and organizations which are heavy to data sensitivity. They primarily concern about data sensitivity and data protection when it moved to the public clouds and or in general cloud, right? which means that you host or you maintain the customer data. Let's say, for example, banking, you might be using like a biggest bank in the world. They're using a cloud. What if there is a simple attack or vulnerability which happens, like how we saw in the Capital One breach, right? If their data is not protected, which means they didn't encrypt while transmitting, right? Because of the simple vulnerability or breach, their entire customer trust and reputation goes down. It's not just that, it's a value of millions of dollars or some kind of huge damage, even in the medical industry, right? So sensitive data is very important when they're moving to the cloud, and the private clouds are in general to the outside world, right? The final piece is incident response. Let's say we did all the hard work of implementing all of these things. Okay, something even already breached, because we are not the experts. So someone has already exploited or attacked our instance or applications, right? So how do you follow these best practices? How do you recover from the incident quickly? Do you have a backup to roll back? And do you maintain the incident response plan, which means that if something gone bad, how do you recover from that without leaking any sensitive data? How do you rotate your keys so that your data protection is still adhered to the highest standards, right? So the more you deeper you go, you can map with the cloud services. Like these are examples from, again, the well-architected framework, right? Which are provided by the vendor. Sorry. So if you look at the identity, there are services in AWS or in general any other cloud, like in AWS IAM, in Google, I think they also have identity and access management, and IDP. There are a bunch of other services. And one of the key model or key outcome of identity and access management you should be focusing on is, which means that you make sure privilege management, which means that always try to provide least privileges as much as possible, which means do not provide any user or applications more than the privileges or permissions which are required, right? And the more you deeper you go, there are quite a lot of extra thing. Maybe I can just give an example. Let's say you given a identity IAM permission or role or user certain thing, right? Like you got the access key and secret key from out of that. So to make this more tied to specific things, even you can go beyond saying that only allow this rule if it is MFA, which means multi-factor authentication is enabled, or only allow this permission or privilege if the user is accessing from this certain IP, which means that you can even conditionalize the privileges and policies, saying that allow from specific instance or specific IP address, which reduces the attack surface or blast radius, which means that if someone compromise this your application because you written a bad code or it's not followed the best practices, and they obtain the security keys because your application require these keys to access to the services, right? Because they have certain extra privileges and conditions, which reduces the attacker to not just go beyond that applications and save your basically attack surface to limitedly to the specific applications, right? Similarly, detection. I think there are quite a lot of services in most of the cloud services, like CloudTrail. Logging and monitoring is one of the key piece. If something goes wrong, you don't know what happened. The only place you can look at is logs, right? So you will get started looking at how we can store those logs and how we can maintain those logs, and how you can make sense of those logs, because you get hundreds of like GBs. Maybe the organization, the bigger you go, maybe you even get terabytes of logs from the different services. How do you enable these services, and how do you make sense of this data if something changes, right? Because that's where, when you have to understand, okay, now we implemented security best practices, but I wanted to understand if something goes or something changes in the life cycle. And infrastructure protection, this is nothing but applying your best practices and things in the service which you are going to deploy. If you are, for example, if you are using a Docker container, right, making sure that Docker container is using the up-to-date version, which means that there are no vulnerabilities, and they are properly hosted in the runtime, and the runtime which is running the Docker or like the host system is completely secure. And these kind of infrastructure level privileges or what kind of permissions it has is quite a large attack surface, because this is mostly up to the user or up to the end customer has to be managed purely in terms of the bunch of things in a responsibility way of security, right? And again, this is data protection, which means that are you regulating with the vendors or the local authorities, because this becomes more bigger and bigger when the things are going certain point. Let's say now we are thinking about limitedly just deploying application. What if you wanted to serve your data and you are hosting a customer's data of European region, right? They never ever accept hosting their data in your Mumbai region, or like maybe in US San Francisco, right? So they have some kind of laws and regulations, which is nothing but GDPR compliance, which means you have to host their data and information only in European region. Then you have to understand, okay, now we have an application which is running in a data center of US. How can I run the same application in the European region, right? And how do you make sure that data which is served by those customers will only store in the European region, right? So these kind of decisions and implementation in a larger scale is very painful, especially from the technical point of view. And in terms of regulations and compliance, they will never ever accept if you don't apply these principles in the cloud perspective or in general, right? Finally, incident response. This is what I was saying. If okay, now we have implemented preventive controls and detective controls. Now let's say something happened. Now how do you respond to those attacks? How do you isolate that attack, and how do you make sure you will roll back to the previous good state, which is running properly without any issues, right? So having incident response and incident response playbooks is very important, so that you can play any attack happen, you can go back and understand how I can rectify or reduce this attack and come back to the normal state, which is running in a good previously working properly state, right? Okay. Before doing and going more into resources, by the way, we will try to cover a lot in that section, because this is mostly all theory, and we might not see much hands-on here, but I will try to focus on the mapping of these things in this resources section. Okay, cool. In a strategic way, I think very higher level, there are 4 things, which is again maps back to that cloud security pillars, which is nothing but prevention, detection, and respond and remediate, which means that make sure you prevent as many things as possible before even detecting, which means if something can be prevented in your cloud or in general security, try to prevent that, right? If it is already prevented, you kind of done with that, right? Then once you even prevent, like maybe you have to detect if something changes on your preventive mechanisms. Maybe you implemented some kind of security control, like let's say security group only allow from our internal IPs. This is the preventive control which you implemented. Now let's say someone attacker bypassed and able to access to somewhere else, or maybe you don't know if it is accessed or not. How do you detect those changes, or how do you see where all it is getting accessed, right? So then you have to implement detective controls, which means like implementing logging, auditing, and making sure monitoring services are there, right? Once you implemented detection, now you have preventive controls and detective. And how do you respond once you detect it? Like now, okay, let's say you identified some breach or some attack. So having and making sure having automated incident response recovery is the best way to go, but it is cannot be done without manual steps, because you have to understand the context of your organizations and see how it works manually, then iterate over the time, document and automate over the time. All right, I think I have provided some references regarding this in the section. Maybe you'll understand how you can leverage the power of automation and see you can automate bunch of security issues and incidents or in general, right? Okay, now you identified and even you responded. How do you make sure next time it doesn't happen, the same security issue or same security misconfiguration? So applying this feedback loop and again applying these measures into preventive controls will help you to prevent these issues not happening in the future, or in general in the cloud security, right? Or it doesn't matter, it's anywhere in the security industry. Cool. I think that's pretty much about a very higher level what you see in most of the cloud security or to get started with you. But I'm sure there is hundreds of things once you go deeper and deeper and learn more about into the cloud security. But now I just wanted to focus and go deeper into how you can learn yourself by playing a fun games or by learning by hands-on, right? So there is a really good hands-on capture the flag, which means you play by learning. Like they will give you a small game kind of thing, puzzles. You can by playing with the hints and understanding and learn the cloud security while performing and doing these challenges, right? Flash.cloud is one of the really good getting started, which will have a bunch of some common mistakes and misconfigurations or attackers point of view, how they will hack AWS cloud services, and they will leverage these attacks. So I would highly recommend you can get started with this. Once you learn the fundamentals of cloud and the terminology and the basics, then you can start playing. Okay, now I wanted to solve the challenges. By solving the challenges, you will go and learn and understand how do you secure these things and how do you exploit or attack these things, right? Similarly, they have also released recently Flash 2.cloud, which is nothing but another challenge, which is both focused attackers and defenders. Let's say someone you are mostly interested in hacking things, right? Then you might be interested in how you can solve this attacker side of things. Or no, I wanted to defend, I wanted to secure the things for the organizations and build the credibility of the security side. Then you can also focus on defender's guide of track. How do I make sure everything is logged and monitored? How do I can enable cloud trail logs? How do I make sure use the some kind of resources like Athena and Messi and other resources to detect certain attacks, right? So these are helpful for you to get started and go deeper into the defenders and attacker side of the cloud security in a fun way of playing a game or challenges, right? And another very interesting thing is the cloud code. Cloud code is nothing but intentionally vulnerable, which means that they literally created vulnerabilities and misconfigurations which happens in the real world. The ones which we talk like Accenture data breach or the Capital One data breach or some all these things. So they implemented some of these scenarios in this thing, like least privileges, which we just talked, identity and access management, and how do we happen like cloud data breach and how do you recover. So these scenarios you can deploy, and you can play around with them to learn about how attackers hack these cloud vulnerabilities or exploitation, and learn from that how you can secure as well. But make sure and I this is a big disclaimer, this means whenever you deploy these things, which means that these are intentionally vulnerable. If some attacker has access to these things, they can also even compromise your AWS account. So do not ever run these things in your production environments or something, and once you run, please go ahead and remove or delete these things after learning things, right? Cool. So now there are quite a lot of resources, but also if you look at Google, I think you will just get ton of information. I think with the current world which you are there are quite a lot of information than what you needed, right? It's a very information overloaded. So how do I learn step by step so that you can focus and make a structured learning, right? Maybe this is from my personal learning and it may or may not be applicable to all of you, but you can like tailor for your needs and whatever how it works for you, right? So for me, to be honest, I work with by learning by practice, which means I'll go and try things. Okay, if it works, then I'll go and learn and understand more deeper and deeper and keep iterating it, right? So for you, I highly recommend get started with learning the technology and services and terminology. I think most of you already know so many things. It's just terminology. Once you know, okay, when they are saying like a VPC, it's nothing but segregating two different boundaries, right? When they say security group, it's nothing but IP tables or firewall rules. So if you know this terminology and technology services, I think it's very easy for you to map and learn about more, right? Then understand their security controls and best practices. I generally start learning technology, and then I'll understand, okay, what all the things they will think that it is secure, or if I implement the security is implemented. Okay, now I understand, okay, these are the controls might be there. What if someone didn't apply these controls properly, right? Then I'll think in a attacker's point of view, where you can see, okay, now I have learned S3. What if they didn't give proper permission? Like what if they didn't implement proper ACL? Then I will see how I can attack or break into those things and find security vulnerabilities or misconfiguration issues. Then I can see, because I know what all services are there, what kind of controls are there. Each control I try to look in terms of security attacker point of view, which means like how I can break into that, how I can find the security issues. Then I can use this knowledge, because now I know what all controls are there, what all attack surface is there. Then I can go back and apply the defense, which means the security mindset. Okay, now I identify there is a security vulnerability in S3 misconfiguration. How I can fix this? So because I was able to access this because of there is a ACL which is allows to the public. Now how do I fix this? Then I'll go ahead and only enable this ACL to provide only, or something like these misconfigurations and learning from attacker's point of view can be leveraged to do defense, which means the security attackers, defenders perspective. Then I will also look at another perspective whenever I am learning some new technology or tool, because as I come from security background, okay, it doesn't mean that I have to only focus on security for those tools and technology. How I can leverage that in for security automation? Okay, there is a really popular service like a container. Maybe we can find security issues. We can also define them like for securely performing. But how I can, as a security person, how I can leverage, or a security team, how I can leverage. So because we do a lot of testing, how I can create a container which used for security automation or which is performing for security testing. So there are three different verticals you can look at, and the more deeper you go, the better you learn. And then finally, whatever you learn, you can leverage with the power of automation, because you can learn and understand manually, and the more scalar or the bigger you go and the more faster you want to deploy changes and perform things, then you have to adopt automation. Then you look at like tools and services which perform and gives you automation like Terraform, Pulumi, CloudFormation, Ansible playbooks, Packer. There are hundreds of tools out there, so which you can learn and see based on the things which you are learning, you can adapt to them, right? Now you understand and also look at different architecture patterns. Okay, now we know like what we think, and as per them, okay, let's say how this Uber company is deploying this cloud service, maybe how this Netflix is deploying cloud architecture pattern for the cloud or containers, right? So learning from others and iterating over those things and applying this feedback is very, very important. I think this kind of improves you as a feedback loop and help you learn more and more. And the deeper you go, the better you learn about the security or in general, right? So that's all I think what I have. Before that, I'll go with quick resources. These are basically the key takeaways, I would say. So there is some non like specific to vendor. There is a standard body called Cloud Security Alliance. I think they have a really, really good white papers. And the more you wanted to go deeper into cloud security specific, I think I would highly recommend go and learn about their documentation and how their white papers are there, and research and other things which will help you to get started. And another really interesting thing, and I would always use this as a reference most of the time. So there is a really good blog or the documentation maintained by Marco Lenzi. He basically documented each and everything. Okay, now we talked quite a lot like IAM. So what is the IAM means? Like what kind of roles it has, what kind of authentication it has, authorization. So he went it pretty depth and in a very simple and understandable English way, like infrastructure security. What are the best practices you should follow? And what is the Route 53 or logging? So each and everything he went deep and explained for a bunch of concepts. So I would highly recommend you refer to these things and learn more and more. And if someone you are purely interested and I wanted to go into security and understand what all things happening in real world day to day in the real world, right? So there is a really good same by Marco Lanzi. He maintains a newsletter. They basically release quite a lot of issues where they explain current trends which are happening in the real world about tools, technologies, and news articles around the cloud security or in general, which is very useful and quite a lot of information to get. And similarly, TLDRSec, which is similar to another newsletter, which they publish quite a lot of resources in general to security, how you can leverage bunch of other things in a newsletter fashion. And I think this is also similar to the previous one. But apart from that, if you wanted to go deep into workshops and structured learning, because you come from a college and I want to learn like maybe video course or something, AWS itself has a bunch of courses which are free and available. You can get started from this as well in terms of learning. Maybe you can wanted to learn specific thing, integrating security into then you can go and learn these courses and understand how you can practice and set up in a hands-on way as well. So this is a really good resource. And there are a bunch of other resources by AWS, again, workshops. This is another interesting Summit Road. I think he did quite extensive work in a cloud world, and also security maturity roadmap. If you are at company level, how do you apply best practices and go deeper into some of these things? I think you can understand and how you can apply it real world organizations at large scale, how they apply cloud security also, right? And this is a really interesting one. I personally use most of the time Open Guide to AWS, which is nothing but, okay, now I'm learning EC2. Okay, this is a really fantastic service. So what I have to learn for basics. So these are the basics you wanted to learn and refer in EC2. Okay, now I learn the basics. How do I go into the tips, like which are very simple and very powerful to learn? Maybe something which is limitations of them are things to like ways done using services. So they kind of documented for all the services possibly, but not everything. Some of the most of the popular services which you can use as a reference all the time. And yeah, there is another one. I think this page also has quite a lot of resources around cloud security, and this is very interesting. If you are someone getting started just with the cloud, the free code camp also has a bunch of free courses in YouTube. You can get started with learning cloud security itself, or in general cloud. Then it kind of help you to learning, okay, what is this service EC2 means? Okay, what is this service marketplace means, right? So you kind of understand different perspectives and other things. uh, Before that, there are quite other things as well. So in certification point of view, this is what I wanted to cover. No, this one. Yeah, we talked about a lot of theory, and when you go large scale and advanced, how do you can automate these things? So this is secure cloud is basically help you to view those things. Okay, now we wanted to implement S3 security. How can I run a Terraform script, which is nothing but automated fashion in a codified way, right? So this gives you the same security privileges or things in a codified way you can use in automated fashion, which means you can leverage the power of automation, right? So there are quite a ton of other resources also looking at Google Cloud, how they do infrastructure security or cloud security. This is a white paper by them. So you can also go into other clouds like Azure as well, and their white papers and other things, right? There are quite a lot of ton of tools also, both from offensive and defensive perspective, which we couldn't cover because there is a lot of them. You can even wanted to deep dive about attackers point of view and other things. And yeah, I think there is a podcast also people run which is focusing on cloud security and from industry experts, how they run their cloud security in companies. And finally, you have Google. Please try to use as much as possible, and there are ton of information which you can learn and focus. Okay, with that, I think thank you so much, and I will take your questions, and let's see if I can answer and have any inputs. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, so there are a few questions put up.
Mhm.
Okay, so the first question goes like this: can there be data leakage in cloud network?
Yes, it can be. It's not a data leakage, maybe not just network. Like for example, if you look at like a S3, it can be data leakage because most of the people host their data are like the sensitive or non-sensitive information in the buckets, or even it can be other instances like RDS, which is database MySQL or other things, where if they don't have security privileges properly implemented or attacker able to gain them, there are quite a lot of chances and in happen in real world, a huge breaches which are happen due to that. Most of the cloud issues regarding data breaches or leakages will happen through because of the misconfigurations, which means they didn't properly secure or didn't implemented proper controls. I think that's one of the key reason I think I have seen in most places which happen.
Okay. Uh, how does your day look like at Miro?
Okay. For me at Miro, I think I currently do quite a lot of things because I work in currently a startup. It's kind of scale up. It's a company where security is maturing, but in general, I'll talk not just specific to Miro. In general, as a cloud security, I think mostly focusing on trying to understand, okay, let's say some DevOps team or some developer going to deploy application. Okay, now we have to understand how do you use threat model, what kind of security issues it can happen. So we kind of understand possible attack surface. Okay, now we identify these all attack surface. We kind of define requirements. Okay, if you wanted to go this into production, you have to follow these security best practices. Then we kind of either give a checklist or some kind of the references saying that now you are using EC2. Now you have to implement these preventive controls, which means you have to have a security group enabled. You must have a logging enabled. So these security controls we provide. And once the developer or DevOps team wanted to deploy these changes into production with these security controls implemented, then they come back to security team like me and ask for the review. Okay, now we wanted to implement, could you please review the changes? Then we will go through their code, which means that now no one wants to deploy with manually by clicking on the AWS. They will write in a codified way, like how you write application code, Python, Node.js, they'll write in Terraform or CloudFormation or something, right? Then we will review those code saying that, okay, does this permission is necessary, or is these people applied all these controls required? So if you go through that code or the review, then okay, if everything fine, like we will go ahead and approve those changes, then they will go and deploy into production. Then we will make sure those services are monitored with the logging and everything is there. So this is kind of most of the day-to-day looks like in a cloud security generally. I think my case, I think primarily here I focus on quite a lot of things. So it's a bit complex and other things.
Okay. So how can we land a job at cloud application as a fresher?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. To be honest, I think there shouldn't be any difference because I have been interacting with some communities also in general, because I work with one of the largest, I think, India security community called Null. It's completely open. I would highly recommend start involving with communities because there is quite a lot you can learn from yourself, but the more you can learn from together, which means you can learn with a team or group of people and someone can mentor you, right? Start learning with the community, because the more you go there, you will understand from different people perspective. And there are quite opportunities. I think most of, especially I see with the SOSC, you people involved with a lot of the organizations like Mozilla and Google developer community, GitHub, this thing, right? Similarly, go and involve in the GSOC, or maybe they have a CNCF has a like Cloud Native Computing Foundation, and most of the organizations run summer kind of program internships where you can work with industry experts to learn and get started. I think that is a fantastic way, because you work with the people who really work in the industry and you learn from them and you get mentorship from them. Then once you apply them, I think now you might have learned basic things and you might have contributed to something which will give you confidence, because I think you can learn anything from the internet, mostly whatever you can possible. But once you practice them and apply in real world, you will get a more confidence and feedback. I think these kind of opportunities and chances will give you those courage. And after that, I don't think so there should be a hard bottleneck. I think most of the companies wanted to hire freshers these days. It doesn't matter whether you are like coming from college out or you are like someone expert, as long as you are able to provide technical knowledge and taking ownership and willingness to learn, because that's one of the key things which you have to showcase. Because at the end, you don't need to know everything, right? They are there to help you and guide you. I think that's a really good start if you start with the communities and explore the communities out there and take mentorship from the people out there, I think.
Okay. So whether the certification like AWS certified or Cloud Association certificate is necessary to get a job?
Yeah, this is quite not only for students. In the most cases, it's a tricky question. I think even the people who are experienced with 10 plus years or some numbers. To be honest, this is my personal opinion. I never believe in certifications unless if company is required to do so. It's completely fine. You do go ahead and take that course or TOC or table of content and structure. Learn those yourself. There are a ton of information which is more better than that in the internet, and go through those blogs, resources, and learn those techniques and learn whatever required for certification. But you don't need to do certification. You can go and appear with the same knowledge to the interview or like the place. I'm sure they will be happy to take, because you already have enough knowledge and technical skills. And certifications are required in one stage, which means that if you are going to join, let's say, a consulting company or professional services, where the companies has to showcase to the clients, because they work with the clients, they are not a product company, right? if the client has to come to that company, they say, okay, we are these many cloud architects certified people, these many AWS certified people, these many CCSK certified people. So the clients will get them. Even in that case, I would recommend you don't need to do. If you join that companies and you are really talented enough or willingness to take them, they are happy to do your certification on behalf of them. So if you have technical skills, I don't think so it's a required to do a certification, and most companies will accept and happy to get into the job, and you can even do certification once you are in the company, I think.
Okay, so what type of problem do you face in daily?
Daily, I don't know. Most probably, I think one thing I definitely see, not only me in general, most people struggle with the technologies and tools. Tons of things comes every day and day. You can't keep up with them every day because things will change quite a lot, especially with these modern tools and technology stack out there. You learn today, okay, now I learned about container. Maybe tomorrow another thing will come, Kubernetes. Then you learn something, then serverless will come. Then you learn that as well. Then something will come. So the keeping up to date with our whatever the things happening and the technology is very, very hard thing, especially in security industry. It becomes quite hard because you have to not only understand the security. First of all, you need to understand the technology, then you need to understand security, then you need to keep up to date with that with the releases. So this is definitely one challenging thing most people face today, I think, due to the nature of the speed of things going and the things out there. But I would still feel that if you learn the fundamentals like required, it doesn't matter how long it changes, you can keep up to date with them, I think.
Okay, so the last question would be like, are you going to be, will you be speaking in DEF CON this year?
Uh, Not sure. I will be presenting at my training in Black Hat, which is parallel to the DEF CON. I have submitted some sessions at DEF CON as well because they haven't released a CFP or results or anything out yet. But apart from that, I'm speaking at SANS, Usenix, and a bunch of other conferences. But not sure. If they accept, definitely I'll be speaking at DEF CON this year. But apart from that, I am speaking bunch of other. If you follow me in Twitter, I think you will see most of the things I tweet or generally share.
Okay. Thank you, Madhu, for sharing your knowledge about cloud security. And thank you for showing the glimpse of cloud security in such a short time. I hope you all had a very good time and continue learning. Stay safe and thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
edge innovations, precision medicine, injury prediction, and automation cars. This session will talk about the advancement of AI in the industry, how this wave started, and its future. So, without any further ado, I will let Mr. Siddhant take over.
All right. Thank you so much, Bhumi, and thanks a lot, Team SOSC. Sorry, my bad. For having me over here. I'm super excited to talk to you, all of you. My name is Siddhant. You would have seen this already in the slide now. I work as a developer relations lead at Open Financial Technologies. Yes, previously I had worked as program coordinator with developer relations team at Google in India. But right now I'm working with Open, and what we do at Open we are building Switch.io. It's an embedded finance platform. We firmly believe that financial services are a means to an end and not an end in themselves. It's only a matter of time before a majority of them will be delivered contextually within an existing product or service, driving better engagement, retention, monetization, or process improvement for the concerned product or service. So that's what we do at Open and building Switch.io. Do check it out. A little background about myself, my education, my work, and on the communities front. So I did my graduation from UPES Dehradun way back in 2015. I completed from there. I had a campus company called Digital Vision Studios. Didn't work out well. Then I joined IBM. That was my first professional experience over there. Then I worked with Be Ahead for a while. My last engagement was with Google in India, and recently I started working with Open. Country is more of a side venture of my wife, and I'm contributing over there. Of course, on the community side, I've been pretty active since my college days, since my undergrad days. I've been a Google Student Ambassador myself. Been part of GDG New Delhi. Started GDG Cloud New Delhi way back in 2018. I also volunteer with HeadStart. HeadStart, it's India's largest grassroots level organization, helping aspiring entrepreneurs and early stage entrepreneurs, early stage startups. I've been an Intel software innovator, under innovation mission, mentor of change, and also I'm an ASEAN distinguished speaker. So all in last 6 years of industry experience, I have found my passion in technology, community building, design thinking, EdTech initiatives. So I love driving and building EdTech initiatives, building the next billion users, startup ecosystem, and public speaking. If you would like to get connected with me after this talk or anytime in future, that's my Twitter handle @SidAgarwal04. Feel free to get connected over there. I'm quite active on Twitter, so Twitter is the Twitter platform for every one of you to get connected with me. Okay, before we get started, allow me to take a moment to talk about the current COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused the extreme amount of panic and suffering to the entire world. The world is experiencing things it has never seen before. You all know this. We went at a lockdown, and now things have been really bad in India, especially. But we are all in this together. That's what I wanted to say to all of you. Take time off if you want to. This too shall pass. Make sure that your mental and your physical well-being is not harmed by any chance. Just stay safe, stay healthy, stay indoors as much as possible. Don't step out. So that's what my request would be to all of you out there. So with this, let's get started. I'm super excited for this talk and wanted to have a question from you. What do you infer when you see this particular slide? When you see this, I'm having a look at the chat window. So feel free to pour in your comments in the chat window. I'm keeping a constant look over there. Okay, cruise, interesting. Ship, okay. Yes, keep them coming. Ship cruising, all right, that's interesting. Sunset, all right, interesting perspective. Waves, okay, sunset or sunrise. Okay. What else? There are a good number of folks in the chat. It's AI created, okay. GIF. All right. Okay. Cool. Yes, that's definitely a cruise. There's ship, there's waves. Um, so we are talking about the golden era. We're talking about a time when things are at its peak. AI, the AI wave. We are all cruising on it. Is it good? Is it bad? That's something that we'll talk about it in this particular session, in this particular talk. How this has like transformed the industry radically. How AI and machine learning has led to unlocking endless possibilities. Uh, where are we heading to? We are definitely cruising on this AI wave, but where are we heading to? What's the end thing that we should aim for? What are other things that we should always look and consider? So that's what we'll talk about today, and that's a mini cruise, mini ship that I got for myself way back from Goa last year. Things were all good. Just an FYI. Cool. All right. So moving on. Next. So AI, as you know, has radically transformed our experience, our consumers' experience, like be it from self-driving cars, autonomous cars, driverless cars, to street view technology, or to voice assistants that are powering. Sorry, is my voice audible? Okay, I think that was a mistake. So all the way to voice assistants, not just with like Google Assistant, be it your Alexa or be it other assistant devices, voice assistant devices. You can, with just the power of your voice, you can control and you can command objects, you can command things out there. Or with Google Photos, it's one of the features I love the most, which Google had brought in. Uh, with just a click or a tap, you can find all the photos of a person, uh, like collated for you from your entire phone gallery. Or Google Lens, stranded in a like a unknown place, don't know the language, you don't know how to read and write, you can still like find your way out. Or this is another feature which is something which I'm like very much in love with. Uh, I used to use and still using Gmail for almost like 70 to 80% of time on my phone, and this feature was like a blessing in disguise. Was like something which I was waiting for, and they just like brought in. Uh, I can just like write few words, and it will just give me the entire sentence in itself. All in all, machine learning is improving our consumer experience. I just quoted some products from Google because we use all of them almost on a day-to-day basis, like your Google search, your Android, your Chrome, your Maps, your Gmail. These are like widely used products, and across the spectrum, across the industry vertical, a lot of companies are investing heavily on machine learning and AI these days, and making sure that the experience of the consumer is enhanced, making sure that whatever they do, whatever the products that they build have an AI component which will improve the experience of the end user. But the question still remains that we are talking about this good things, but how did all this started? Is it something which is happening in the recent time, the last like 1 or 2 years or 3 years, or let's say last 5 years? No, actually not. This was something which started long back ago. And when I bring in the next slide, I want to hear from you folks. What is it? Okay. So put in your answers in the comment section, and I'll be waiting for your response. What is it? All right. Samar says Turing machine. Shashank says Turing machine. All right. Anyone else wants to give a shot? Anything else they thought of? Old computers. Okay. Enigma decoder. All right. Any other wild guess? Anything else? Looks like some computer. Toaster. Okay. Right. So few of the folks have said this right. Yes, this is Turing machine. John McCarthy, who is father of AI, coined the term artificial intelligence and developed LIS. However, Alan Turing is considered as father of modern computing and artificial intelligence, who laid the foundation of AI. This was way back in 1940s, 1950s when Turing, Alan Turing, used this machine to break the German army's Enigma code, Enigma machine. So a Turing test is a method of inquiry in artificial intelligence for determining whether or not computer is capable of thinking like a human being. The way we humans think, is it capable of thinking the same way or not? And you won't believe that this machine actually saved 21 million lives. Think of the profound impact this machine alone created back in 1950s. So Turing proposed that a computer can set to possess artificial intelligence if it can mimic human responses like under certain specific conditions. So this Turing test actually transformed the way we used to look at things, look at our products, and in fact, this Turing test is still used in our day-to-day life. Any guesses? Any guesses of how this Turing test is used in our day-to-day life? Put in your response in the chat window. Any guesses how the Turing test is still used in? Yes, exactly, Srishan. That's absolutely correct. It's used as CAPTCHA. Turing test is used to this day in technology in CAPTCHA. Uh, still kind of confused like how it is used in CAPTCHA. Let me decipher it for you. So CAPTCHA stands for completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and humans apart. You've been using this all day long. You've been using this every time you sign up on a new website. Most of the websites, I believe. But you still didn't know that Turing test is still used this day. Yes, that's an interesting trivia. People don't know that CAPTCHA has a full form as well. So, okay, coming back to our topic. Uh, so this entire wave started way back in 1940s, 1950s, as I said, when Alan Turing created this machine, and then in 1980s was a time when there was a subset of artificial intelligence that came into existence called as machine learning. It's where we had supervised and unsupervised learning algorithms. People started working on machine learning. It was kind of I'll not say boom. It would be wrong to say that. It was more of a new evolution of artificial intelligence at that point of a time. And later on, in 2010, almost a decade ago, and more than a decade ago, deep learning evolved. Like machine learning evolved into deep learning, where deep learning using neural nets, it can solve like even complex problems, um, leading to like various breakthroughs in the industry. But this adoption was still the beginning. Last 10 years have drastically changed, of course. However, the adoption, this numbers, although are kind of like 3 years old, might have changed. Let's say the businesses these days who are researching about AI would be, let's say, 90%. And those who have started or currently using AI would be, let's say, 40 to 50%. So you can think of it, there is still a huge gap in terms of people who are researching and implementing these uh, these products and like AI in their products and services. So still needs to be like there needs to be a lot of work that needs to be done in the current ecosystem, in the current industry verticals. Okay, so what has been so different in the last decade that has led to this adoption and that has led to the increase of people using AI? Any guesses? Any guesses? What has been so different in the last 10 years that has led to this increase in adoption, like that we have started cruising on this wave? Data, yes, okay. Very, very, very. What else? What else? Automation. Okay, power of computing. That's correct. The capability of AI and how efficient it can be. Okay. Cloud, of course. Yes. Processing, of course. Yes, correct. Yes, that's absolutely correct. Whatever you folks have mentioned so far, that's absolutely correct. We have got faster computers thanks to cloud, the advancements in cloud. Our computers have become a lot faster. We have got bigger data sets these days. The data sets have been open source as well. The libraries have been open source, like Python, especially aiding in machine learning and big data ecosystem. It has the continued expansion of this open source AI has led to this. Uh, has been led by Python primarily. We have got neural networks. So the momentum in creating better open source tools and dataset availability has also led to a difference in the differences in modern AI. So Python is becoming one of the main tools. The great advantage is that it is open source. A large community of people working with it and expanding its libraries. And also, what has changed in the last 10 years is a lot of proprietary deep learning frameworks have been open source now. So, for example, TensorFlow got open source. This has led to further adoption by the industry. And of course, the breakthroughs since 2010, 2012, and going on. These are some of the industry verticals, not just restricted to the technology side, technology verticals. Like even the traditional industries have started using machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence in their products and services. And these are some of them where there's a huge potential, there's a huge scope. Be it your law, finance, government. In fact, government is investing heavily in machine learning and deep learning these days. So these are some verticals and these are some areas which I could encourage you all to get started. Okay, now the question comes: while we are surfing on this high tide, where are we heading? Where is the show? Like, where does it take us all through? What we are going to do? But before that, let's talk about some more examples, some more complex areas where AI has helped in unlocking some possibilities. So let's understand how machine learning is helping in agriculture. Let's check out this interesting video. I would request the moderators if they can play this next video.
Cassava is a really important crop. It provides for over 500 million Africans every day.
When all other crops fail, farmers know that they could rely on their cassava plants to provide them food.
There are several diseases that affect cassava, and these diseases make the roots unedible. It is very crucial to actually control and manage these diseases.
So we're trying to use machine learning to respond to those diseases.
And TensorFlow is the best foundation for our solutions. The app that we've designed can diagnose multiple diseases. It's called Nuru, Swahili for light, the light that farmers can use to see their problems and find solutions. You wave your phone over a specific leaf, look at it, and if it has a symptom, a box will pop up saying you have this problem. When you get a diagnosis, we have an option for you to get advice and learn about the best management practices.
The object detection that we use through TensorFlow relies upon our team annotating images.
We've collected over 5,000 high-quality images of different cassava diseases for this project. We use a single-shot detector model on a mobile net architecture. It's able to make predictions in less than 1 second.
Instead of having to implement thousands of lines of code, TensorFlow provides a library of functions that allow us to build architectures in much less time.
We need something that can be deployed on a phone without any connection. TensorFlow is able to shrink these neural networks to be able to fit on your mobile device.
The human input is absolutely critical. We're really building something that augments your experience and makes you better at your job.
So with AI tools and machine learning, you can improve the yields, you can protect your crops, and you can have a much more reliable source of food.
AI offers the prospect to fundamentally transform the life of hundreds of millions of farms around the world.
You can see a product that can actually make someone's life better. This is kind of revolutionary.
All right, great. I'm sure you all are inspired by that story of Nazreen. There are more complex problems that AI had solved. Like for example, in healthcare, we have discovered that looking at scans of the human eye, machine learning can assess a person's risk of a heart attack or stroke. This was not known before. Like, think of it. Just imagine if this screening can be done on a mobile device, how profound the effect is going to be. Suddenly, the whole world will have access to easy, rapid, affordable, and non-invasive screening for heart diseases, saving many lives. You're bringing healthcare on your mobile device. This is another story. But do you know? But before that, do you know that 75,000 women die every year due to breast cancer, and there is one startup that is making sure that this doesn't happen, and breast cancer is detected at a very early stage with the power of AI. This startup, Niramai, was part of a Google Launchpad program, which is now called as Google for Startups Accelerator program. They were working on an initiative where, by anonymizing and by just the heat maps, they're able to detect the trace or the presence of breast cancer in women. Women are usually not too comfortable to go to doctors, and this is something that they have worked, and I really appreciate the work that they have done. So let's hear from them themselves what they have worked on. Can we have the next video, please?
In our country, unfortunately, women do not come forward for a breast cancer screening till the time they can avoid it. And hence we end up losing 50% of the women.
Mammography, which is one of the standards of care today, has very good ability to detect very small lumps called microcalcifications. However, it does not work on women under 45 years of age.
We have created a breast cancer screening solution such that we do not see the patient, touch the patient, radiate, pinch, inject, to the extent that during the screening we don't even see the person.
What we do is use a simple device like this to measure the heat distribution on the chest and use machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms to detect the location of abnormality, all within 5 minutes.
The key challenge we were facing was the scale, both scaling of the technical architecture as well as the business.
Launchpad focuses on supporting startups that are solving real problems using great technology. In the case of Niramai, you have a company that is solving a real problem on the ground. We have a set of great founders who are both technically competent and able to work on feedback provided to them.
Google program was really awesome. We got to meet several mentors from around the world and discussed specific challenges with each one of them.
When we initially started, we were using deep learning and TensorFlow in a more of a lab setting. Now, after the program, we have actually used it in a commercial setting at scale.
When we entered the program, I personally expected this to be very tech-centric. But I was truly amazed to see the wide range of topics they covered. Interestingly, a lot of those topics are not talked about anywhere. So entrepreneurs learn them by experience, by fumbling, by stumbling. And it was at Google that those things were openly talked about.
Post the Google Launchpad program, we are ready to scale. We want to take Niramai technology to every woman in India and improve the survival rates to such an extent that we can throw breast cancer out of India.
In our country, unfortunately, women do not come forward for a breast cancer screening till the time they can avoid it. And
So, for the last 20 years, Google search has provided people with the information they need, and the times of crisis, access to timely, actionable information is often crucial. Uh, we never say that we should like work on a calamity, but it's something that it's beyond human control, natural calamity, as we say. Uh, but what we can definitely do is make sure that it's predicted accurately and quickly to ensure that more human lives are saved. So over here in this particular slide, you can see it's a depiction of a flood simulation of a river in Hyderabad in India. On the left side, it uses publicly available data, while the right side uses Google data and technology. The models you can see are much more accurate. They have higher resolution and up-to-date information. And what you can do is we can help improve the awareness of impending flood using AI and significant computational power. Create these better forecasting models when and where the floods might occur, incorporating that information into public alerts, making sure that people are intimated at the right time. And there are more and more examples of machine learning and AI creating like change or creating an impact in people's life. Uh, talking about a very niche example, something in astronomy, like hunting for new planets in our universe is definitely not an easy task. These planets are small, these are cold and dark objects compared to their host star. And recently, researchers and astrophysicists have analyzed large amounts of data from Kepler mission. And by using machine learning, they're able to discover a new planet called Kepler 90I. I'm sure you might have heard about this Kepler 90I, making it the first 8-planet solar system we know of other than our own. And all of this has been possible with, of course, advancements in machine learning, deep learning, with cloud getting advanced. We now have machine learning APIs, are ready to go APIs. We have Auto ML, where you can bring in your own data set and then the uh, software or the platform does the rest of the thing for you. You don't need to code. So something for like a drag and drop kind of an approach, not exactly a drag and drop approach, but yeah, something for people who don't have experience with machine learning or don't know how to code on machine learning. They can just bring in the data set and then put in data set to AutoML. Or if someone wants to have like a total control, full customization, they can go with ML frameworks like TensorFlow, ML Engine, Spark, Dataproc, and stuff. So yes, these were cloud AI is one advancement. Then we're seeing an advancement on the edge device as well with the launch of edge TPU. We know Google Cloud has tensor processing units, TPUs. But to complement that service and to bring the AI capabilities on the edge device, on-premise platforms, Google launched this purpose-built ASIC chip to run TensorFlow Lite ML models at the edge. These are designed, Edge TPU is basically designed to complement the cloud TPU offerings that Google offers so that one can accelerate ML training in the cloud and then have like lightning fast ML inference at the edge. Sorry. Few specs about this particular ASIC chip. It runs on TensorFlow Lite ML models. So think of it, your sensors become more than data collectors. They can make local, real-time, intelligent decisions. You can accelerate training in the ML training in the cloud, and then have like your inferencing on the edge device. That's what it does. And let's look at what Louis Wenjohi, co-founder and CEO of Tambua Health, has worked on using the edge device. Can you have the next video, please? Let me know once you're live. Should I go ahead?
Sound analysis is used in so many fields, such as identification of music and the identification of the type of animal based on the sounds that they produce. Sound is critical to what we're doing because physiological sounds are very important in medicine, but the traditional stethoscope hasn't changed for close to 200 years. The doctor is limited by the human ear and they cannot hear specific frequencies. This method is very inaccurate and causes a lot of misdiagnosis. Our mission is to use machine learning and TensorFlow to revolutionize the diagnosis and treatment of respiratory diseases in low-resource areas such as sub-Saharan Africa. The Tambua app is a powerful screening tool that helps doctors make decisions quickly. The core technology is trying to mimic the human auditory system. Once the patient walks in, the doctor collects the lung sounds with symptoms, risk factors, and vitals of the patient, and then the Tambua app combines all that information and gives the doctor a probability of the patient having a specific respiratory disease. Eric introduced TensorFlow to us because he felt that we can use TensorFlow to go through all the stages of development to deployment of our model.
Our model uses spectrograms. We take sound data from the digital stethoscope and convert it into a visual problem that the computer can best identify. We have worked with a number of clinics and pathologists, and we are able to collect data from 621 patients, and then we use that data now to build our machine learning model.
Once we had trained and evaluated our machine learning model, we deployed it on our Tambua app. TensorFlow Lite helps us to perform an inference on a mobile device without the need of a connection. So doctors can use the Tambua app offline without connecting to the cloud. There are 216 healthcare facilities that are using the Tambua app and the Tambua devices. These clinics are spread out and some are very rural clinics.
It's really a nice project. I can elicit the crack call plus the vital sounds. Then when I add the clinical history and other physical examination, there's no need for me to take this patient for X-ray. Misdiagnosis, which is one of the problems leading to deaths in Kenya, is really getting among us. Tambua is helping me, it shows me even the things that I would have missed in case I had the traditional way of doing it.
Over 2.5 million people die each year because of pneumonia, asthma, COPD, and pulmonary tuberculosis. I believe that we can use machine learning in treatment and management of these respiratory diseases.
So think of the profound impact machine learning and artificial intelligence can create in humans' life. These were like a couple of examples, some of use cases, case studies, which I wanted to tell you all about the potential of machine learning, potential of AI in our lives, things that we can do with AI. But as we all say, with great power comes great responsibility. We need to be responsible. We need to ensure that whatever we are doing is done in a responsible way. I'm sure you must be confused. You must be talking about like what I'm talking about, all this shit, all this rubbish thing. Why I'm confusing you, all of you? I'm talking about the end, which might happen. I'm not saying this will happen, but this might happen. If you feel that I'm just like making this up, I'll just show you the next video. And this could be this, although the video was like kind of scripted, but this could happen in the actual real world scenario as well.
Playing jazz.
Playing jazz.
Smoothie.
Making smoothie.
Calendar.
No meetings today. Remember, tandläkare at 9:30.
Fire off.
Fire off.
Open door.
Door open.
Sånn, så skal vi sette en til.
Ja. Open door.
Wrong voice command.
Open door.
Wrong voice command.
Open door.
Repeat that.
Open door.
I didn't understand that.
Hey, open door.
Play on the floor.
Get on the floor.
Open the door.
Wrong
Open the door.
Error.
Hey, William. With a rock. Open door. Open door. Open door. Higher.
Higher volume.
Higher.
Higher.
Funny, isn't it? But definitely not that funny. We need to ensure that. Sorry, but we just need to ensure that whatever we do it for the social good. So my advice to all of you is to build AI for social good. Use AI for building for sustainable development goals. United Nations has laid on 17 sustainable development goals. So think of it. That video looks funny, but it's scary at the same time. So think of it where you can use AI, where you definitely don't want to use AI. The choice is with us. Choice is with us humans. Machines can't control us in any way. We have to make that deliberate choice. Use AI to build for India. Use AI to build for the next billion users, people who have not yet connected on internet. So how you can build AI for them. And I'm sure while we are in this journey, while we are cruising on this AI wave, uh, while we are making sure that whatever we make, we build using AI, we somewhere or the other are making things responsibly. We are responsible for our actions. So let's use this power responsibly. Let's not waste this power building something which would destruct or which will kind of create a grief in human life. So build for human goodness. And I'm sure while we are on this cruise, while we are cruising through this wave, we'll definitely land up somewhere. We'll definitely come to the shore with some good work that we'll do. So thank you all for joining in for this session. That's it from my side. This was again a very brief session on what AI developments have been so far and how and what you and I can together build on using AI and machine learning for our future generation to be proud of. So yes, that's it from my side. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take up any questions. Apologies for some technical disturbances in the last video. Sorry, in the second last video. So yes, thank you so much for joining in. That's my Twitter handle again. If you would like to get connected, feel free to follow me on Twitter.
Yeah, we have a few questions from the chat. Okay, the first one. Why did you choose to leave Google? Because most of the young developers consider it a dream job.
So this is something which I always say to everyone that don't consider one area as the end goal, like one opportunity is the end goal. Like keep exploring, keep hustling. It's just that I wanted to try out fintech industry. This is something new which I have not done before. So I was like, okay, let's just give it a try, give it a shot. Google is as you know, like Google is not the end of the world. I have moved out of Google and now working with a startup. It's a fintech startup. It's just that my area of interest was with working with developers and communities, which I'm still working over here as well with Open. I just wanted to try out the fintech industry, fintech domain. That's when I just made a switch. So like nothing fancy in that.
Okay. The next
Mic
one
feedback
goes
off.
like, okay,
Mic off.
how has AI helped during this pandemic?
That's an interesting question, and I can give you one example. Uh, I saw this pretty recently, not recently, I'll say rather. So, have you checked out this dashboard called covidindia.org by any chance? Like people in the chat window, or maybe you, Bhumika, you might have seen this covidindia.org chat this thing.
No.
Okay. So covidindia.org was actually built by a group of folks, Telegram folks, and it was, one second. Let me just recall the exact name. It was, I think, COVID-19 India.org. Okay, coming back. So this dashboard actually gives you the entire data of India in a single place. You don't have to move around to various platforms to find out what's happening in your state or in other states. What's the confirmed COVID patients? How many are active? How many are recovered, disease, tested, so and so forth. Vaccination information, everything. This was launched. COVID19India.org. Sorry, my bad. That was the website. Now, this was more of like pulling in from the usual Ministry of Healthcare and Health and Welfare website, like pulling it from various areas. This one. Now, how AI came into picture, not in this one, but rather in a kind of a version of it, was making it voice enabled too. So these folks at Slang Labs, they created a version of COVID19India.org, making it as COVID19India.slanglabs.in as a voice assistant enabled uh, COVID India dashboard. So one can go, of course, one can browse through. But talking about people who don't know English, they can have an option to chat in Hindi. They had started off with Hindi for instance. So they can like communicate and ask, okay, what are the count of people who are infected with COVID in, let's say, Delhi, or let's say in Karnataka. Just the voice command. And there have been more applications, let's say face mask detection or social distancing, how to detect people are following social distancing or not. These are some applications that AI has brought in the current pandemic. I hope that answers.
Yeah. Another one was, will AI destroy humans in the future?
See, I don't know about the future. As I said, if we use AI responsibly, definitely things won't go in that direction, in that particular way that you are thinking, that one is thinking, the person who's asked. Uh, it's just that we need to be building things responsibly. There's something called as ethics of AI. We'll just Google it out also. So what is the ethics of AI? What something that we should um, think through before we even start off building something which requires an AI solution. So about future, I don't know, and let's hope this doesn't happen as well. AI destroying humans in future. So let's hope it doesn't happen, and we all build things responsibly.
Yeah. Can developer student clubs help to get job at Google?
I don't know. I am not from a hiring team. I never worked with the hiring team at Google, so I don't know about this. But yes, definitely, like being part of DSC or being part of community definitely gives you a lot of opportunity, gives you um visibility, exposure, a lot of opportunities. These opportunities you might land up some job at Google also. Google has some initiatives. Let's say Google Summer of Code. There's there are other initiatives like Kickstart, there's Code Jam and stuff. So DSC is one of the programs and initiatives which my previous team was working on, is working on currently. So I don't think so. It's a straightforward answer that, hey, you be part of the DSC program and you get a job at Google. It doesn't work that way. It's mostly on individual skill set. One, and also the role that you're applying, does it fit really well to you, to your profile or not? Yeah, that's it.
The last one. Do you believe AI is going to be in a daily use as shown in the video, like in next 10 years?
Yeah, I think that would happen for sure. That AI would be kind of in everything that we do. More like in the next 10 years, there might be a chance. And I'm seeing this kind of a trend change shift that's happening these days. That people are building their homes and houses which are like completely AI enabled, voice enabled. So I think this could happen in the next 10 years. Um, or it might take a longer time as well. Yes, people say that in 1980s there could be a time, and 1980s people used to say like this time they will see flying cars and stuff. We are seeing those advancements, but then coming those advancements to mainstream is a big question, and that might take some time. So it's fine to say that this might happen, this might not happen as well. But I am kind of a person who will say that this might happen. Sorry, I'm not able to hear you, Bhumi. Mm, is it with me or is it with everyone? There's a voice issue at Bhumi's end.
Mic on. Mic feedback on.
Okay, never mind. I'm mostly done. Do you want me to exit from the meeting? All right. Take care, folks. Bye.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much. Safe during these difficult times. Thank you again. Bye.